Top of the order led the way last night as the Phillies had 15 hits and 3 home runs in a Game 1 win over the National League West leaders. Tonight, Johnny Cueto will be put to the test as the ace tries to get the Giants back on track against the Phils. It's Cueto and the Giants in Game 2 of the series, and it's next.
We are coming to you from Citizens Bank Park here in Philadelphia as we get ready for Giants baseball Game 2 of this 3-game series, Giants and Phillies. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, the road trip started out last night. It was a dud, and the Giants did not see that coming with Madison Bumgarner on the hill. But now they've got ace number 2, and that's Johnny Cueto.
Well, Johnny Cueto he's due for a good game, and they really needed him to give them a good game, give them a chance to win. And we always go back to the formula. When you're starting to scuffle, and you're looking at the way the Giants are trending on the road right now, and they haven't been trending well. So what do? You go back to the basis. You think about strike one. You think about getting the first out of every inning. You think about getting your leadoff hitter on to start your inning offensively, and you think about scoring the first run of the game. You do all those things, and you're going to win a lot of games, and that will be the goal tonight.
Hit 2 or 3 home runs. That would be fun, too. All right, it's all about Johnny Cueto tonight here in Philadelphia. When we come back, we will have the lineups and the first pitch of this game, and we'll have all of that right after this.
Bay Area is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Jack's Brewhouse Bacon Burger today at Jack in the Box. Limited time only at participating restaurants. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
And you're looking at downtown Philadelphia as we get ready for Game 2 of this series. Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is now open every day. 79 degrees here at the Yard. You have light winds, humidity at 62%, and there are scattered clouds in the area. So the Phillies take the field. So let's take a look at the Giants lineup written up by Bruce Bochy. It'll be Span, Pagan, and Hunter Pence. Buster Posey will be the cleanup hitter. Then it's Crawford and Brandon Belt, who's starting to heat up, folks. Panik, Gillespie, and then Johnny Cueto will hit ninth.
On the hill tonight for the Phillies will be Phil Klein. And Phil Klein just got called up. This is what he has done this year at Lehigh Valley. 1-1 with a 2.11 ERA, 25 strikeouts, and 25 1/3. He's got great credentials in the minor leagues. Lifetime was 19-5 with a 2.23 ERA. He's a big fella, 6'7", 255 pounds. He's got about a half a year's experience at the big league level. So Phil Klein, that we know throws hard. We don't know how hard. Really, we're seeing him for the first time tonight. He's got a changeup, which when you watch him warm up, that was the first specialty pitch he went to. He's also got a curveball and a slider. Basic 4 pitches to see from a starting pitcher. And what do you say we take a look at the Phillies defensively behind Phil Klein tonight, starting in their outfield from left to right. It'll be Ashe, Herrera, and Altair. And the best arm is in right field, and it's a good one. It'll be Galvis and Franco on the left side of the infield. Hernandez and Howard on the right side. Cameron Rupp, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs. And this is what Phil Klein will use. Fastball over half the time, and the slider is his #1 kill pitch. Changeup is a pitch that you'll see a lot when he faces lefties. It's his best weapon against it. And an occasional curveball just to stay in shape, just to let the scouts know he'll throw one. Time now for our Nissan keys of the game. #1, learn the new guy. That would be Phil Klein. Nobody has any experience against this guy. First time he's ever seen the Giants. And #2, get the leadoff guy on base. That was the difference in the game in last night's ball game. The Phillies were able to get that leadoff hitter on. It led to a lot of good things. That'll be the key for the Giants tonight. Our Nissan keys.
So here's Denard Span to lead things off as we get ready for baseball here at Citizens Bank Park. So Klein takes a look around to see if there's some people behind him to play defense, and the first pitch of the ball game is inside. So we get started at 7:07. Span last night went 1 for 5. And this is hit softly into center field, and it's going to hang up, and it's kicked by the center fielder Herrera, and Span's going to go into second base. Herrera helped the Giants out, and it could have fallen in front of him without any damage, but once he went for it and then hit him and kicked away, Span ends up at second base.
Well, this would have been a great play. He had to come a long way in, and he gets there with plenty of room and kind of overshoots the runway with his glove. Watch it hit on his wrist.
An overdive.
An overdive. And semi-face plant. So a break, a 2-base break.
That's a double. Boy, you get one of those your first time up, you're thinking, I'm going to get 4 more.
Tonight's my night.
Here's Pagan hitting .284, 7 home runs, 39 runs batted in. This is a get it in, get him in, get him over scenario right here for Pagan in the first inning. Pagan last night had a couple of hits. One left the park. One thing we don't see a lot of Pagan is trying to lay down a bunt. This was the home run.
No doubt about it. At the time, it gave the Giants a 1-run lead. Remember, they were down the ball game 6-0. That was the swing of the bat that gave him the belief that, hey, they were going to win this game. Didn't happen, but he had a nice night.
And a strike. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Behind the dish is Lance Barrett. Then it's Asanya, Scott, and Davidson from first to third. Walking Bob's at third. Heads up, Johnny Cueto.
Indeed. Lance Barrett, the plate umpire, is a low ball umpire, and he's got some corners. And he'll give occasional belts as well. It's a good zone to throw to.
And a base hit into center field. Span had to freeze. He will stay at third. So is it safe to say that he's an umpire that looks for strikes?
He is an umpire that looks for strikes.
What I'd like to hear.
That is good news. And let's watch Angel Pagan continue to stay hot. Not a hanger either from Phil Klein on the outside corner. He's going right back up the middle. Let your hands think for themselves.
So here's Hunter Pence, who always gets a very nice response when he's introduced. Remember, he played for the Phillies, and the Giants made a trade to the Phillies to get Hunter Pence to San Francisco. Hitting .297. Pence last night had a hit in 4 at-bats. Remember, this is a guy the Giants have never faced before. So the first time around is all a new experience. Pagan started to go, and a big swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike.
One thing about a guy 6'7", it's going to take him a little bit of time to unwind. And his quickest release time will be right around average, 1.25, but he can go slower, which means he's an opportunity for Angel Pagan to try and steal.
Pence waiting on the 0-1 pitch. Klein freezing Pagan, freezing Pence, and freezing me.
I think Pete McCannon, the skipper of the Phillies, making those throwover calls to first base. And he knows he's got a pitcher who's not that quick out of the stretch.
Oh, 2.
So a couple of hanging cutters up around the chest of Hunter Pence. And normally we like to see high mistakes. He's a good high ball hitter.
Span at third, Pagan at first. 0-2 to Pence. Got him. Going back at 95. So here's Buster Posey. Kind of lulled him to sleep here.
Just nothing real special about this, but he blows it right by him.
Here's Buster Posey.
I mean, that's a lot of strike zone when you're ahead to count 0-2.
Buster last night 1 for 4, drew a walk. He's got Span at third. He's got Pagan at first. You may see Pagan go now to stay out of the double play. It is risky. Pagan's got 9 steals. And a strike, and it's 0-1. Buster looking down to Roberto Kelly. We're in the top of the first inning. Glad you joined us. This is game 2 of this 3-game series. The final game will be tomorrow afternoon. Pagan dancing around, and now Posey asked for time. When you try to freeze the runner, you end up freezing the hitter.
Yeah, and if you're in that batter's box, you cannot let a pitcher do that to you.
And tight. Brandon Crawford's on deck. Giants come in 61-45. They lost last night, and so did the Dodgers. Giants at home now are just 5 games over 500. That was obviously much better before they hit the skids on the road right after the All-Star break. Pagan goes, and the throw, and he steals it. Number 10 on the year for Pagan.
Well, we're going to make it our forward right choice. That's how important it is, because it takes away the force. A nice break, and really, I mean, Klein unloading as quick as he can, but it does put a lot of pressure on the catcher when you feel like you have to make up for your pitcher, and I think that's what caused the throw to be high from Cameron Rupp. Giants will take it.
Infield is back. On the ground, foul. So Posey will come back. It's now 2-2.
Last night, 25 hits between the two teams, 21 runs scored, and tonight is livelier in this ballpark than it was last night.
Well, I did not think that was possible.
I know. That man right there, Aaron Altair, it was the guy who really had a career night. 3 hits and 5 RBIs. He's in right field tonight.
Curveball is high, 3-2. It's the first one of those that Phil Klein has thrown. He's got a base to play with, so.
It didn't look like a real quick break on the curveball. It looked more like a flop curveball.
Didn't look like his heart was in it. So we'll see if Buster gets anything to hit here. 3-2. Up the middle, and that'll be a base hit. Span scores. Pagan scores. Giants lead 2-0. It's been a while since the Giants did this in the first inning. Well, at least on the road.
Got to cheer everybody up in that dugout. We talked about what problems they've been having on the road. And they've been getting opportunities. They have not been able to get the money hit. So the money hit here from Posey in the first, that's got to feel good.
Brandon Crawford hit a home run last night, his 10th. And he takes a strike.
I think Crawford thought that pitch was low. Asking plate umpire Lance Barrett. Is that going to be a strike all night?
Swing. Ain't gonna miss. This was the home run last night. This is what it looked like.
Well, he swung the bat well last night. That's significant because remember he missed the last 2 games of the homestand, off day Monday, so 3 days of rest on a sore thumb. And last night showing no ill effects.
Up and in. It's 1-2. Posey, I want you to listen to this. Posey's got 6 steals this year, and he hasn't been thrown out.
Sneaky. He's sneaky slow.
Nope. 2-2.
Not by much. Staying with that little cutter. It's got some tilt to it. And he almost took out the outside corner. And I'm sure that we'll see that location called a strike tonight by plate umpire Lance Barrett.
Out of play. Crawford fights that one off. It hits the facing of the 1, 2, 3, 4th deck. I'm going to go with 5 decks here. What do you think?
Yeah, 5 decks. There's the 5 decks. It's a great ballpark. They really did a tremendous job here.
Three and 2, and now we'll see if Buster Posey is going to take off. Crawford leads this team in RBIs. He's got 66. Buster goes. Swinging a foul down the left field line and out of play. This is where, if you're Buster Posey, you try not to wear yourself out with foul balls.
Well, you can't phone it in either. I mean, you gotta bust your tail in case there is a swing and a miss.
He goes on the ground, foul.
But he's thinking it. But hey, tonight's beautiful. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. It's just perfect.
Interesting to see tomorrow with Matt Moore if Buster will catch. Day game after a night game. 3 and 2. Driven into right center field. On the move is Herrera. Still on the move. He's going to make the running catch. Posey had scurried all the way to second. Herrera throws it to the pitcher.
All right, time now for our Togos big play. The Togos win last night. Brandon Belt hit a 3-run homer in the 5th inning to tie the game at 6-6, and he hit it off of Zach Eflin. And for Brandon Belt, that's home run number 12.
Giants are back in business on that swing. It ended up tying the game. So Belt stands in. That home run for Belt is 12th. And Belt takes high and wide, and it's 1-0. So it'll be pitch number 26 in the 1st inning for Phil Klein. There's a strike right at the knees.
Tonight's starter was originally supposed to be the right-hander Aaron Nola, who got put on the disabled list. And all of a sudden they needed Phil Klein to come up. So I think that Pete McCannon, the pitcher or the skipper for the Phils, he'd love to get 5 innings out of Klein.
On the ground, foul.
Remember, tomorrow's game's a day game, and if you get into your bullpen the night game before a day game, it always seems to put you at a disadvantage when you show up and play the afternooner. There's Pete McCannon. Good baseball man. Solid.
Back Posey.
Pete McCannon had always been one of those great bench coach guys, and if somebody get fired, he'd be the interim manager, and he finally got his own team, and he really has earned the right to have his own team. He's done a nice job here in Philadelphia.
High to Belt. Belt hitting 6th in this lineup. And he hits this one the other way. Moving over is Cody Ashe, and it's going to kind of just sail right into the seats.
Guy brought his glove. At it, man.
See, he's the only guy down there that brought his glove.
Sight.
Good job.
Dude, I am the dude.
Belt takes high. It's 3-2.
30 pitches.
So Posey will take off. That means a ball in the gap will help him score. And Belt takes ball 4. Klein's looking for the high strike. He's not going to get it.
And if you get a high strike from Lance Barrett, it's usually right down the middle. It's not on a corner. Bob McClure is going to come out and give his young pitcher a bit of a breather as he's 31 pitches into this frame. This will just be a little time killer and a pep talk. You can just see how tall Klein is. 6'7", 255.
Where's the clock on Bob McClure?
Well, I think it expired.
I'm not that serious, by the way.
Yeah, I think the pitcher's clock is just kind of false hustle.
I think it's ignored. Let's put it that way.
There it is.
Panic took an 0 for 4 in the game yesterday. Did have some good at bats. And here he takes a strike. 247, 7 home runs, 37 runs batted in. And remember, he missed a lot of time. So those 37 RBIs, that's a good number. Outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Change up from Klein. Not seen many of those. It's been pretty much fastball, cutter, little slider.
On the ground. Howard to Klein. Side retired. 2 runs for the Giants on 3 hits. Phillies are coming up. Facing Johnny Cueto. And the lineup will look like this. We've highlighted the first 3 hitters last night. 11 for 14. 2 home runs. They knocked in 9. They scored 9. 18 combined runs in that win last night where the Phillies scored 13 times. Howard in the lineup. He'll be the cleanup hitter. Then it's Rob Herrera and Galvis. Cody Ashley will hit 8th and Phil Klein will hit 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be the right-hander Johnny Cueto, 5'11", 220-pounder. His 9th year at the big league level. He's 30 years of age. Comes into this one with a 13-3 record. A 2-time All-Star. Has an ERA of 2.63, 131 strikeouts against 30 walks. And you're going to see a fastball that is low to mid-90s. He'll 2- and 4-seam it. He's got a curveball, slider, changeup. I mean, he'll sink and cut it, just do everything with the ball. Out of about 4 different types of motion. Lifetime against the Phillies, 1-4 with a 5.46 ERA. So this is a team that has given him problems in his career. And he's never won here at Citizens Park.
Hernandez had 4 hits last night as he takes a pitch wide. In at third is Gillespie, and that's foul back. And he got him.
Let's take a look at the Giants defensively. Starting in their outfield from left to right, it's going to be Pagan, Span, and Pence. Crawford, Gillespie on the left side of the infield. Panic and Bell on the right side. Buster Posey, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Well, Giants do not have a book yet on this guy. It's Aaron Altair. So we'll see what Cueto does. I mean, the first thing you try to do with a guy that tall is you try to pitch him in.
You try and go right on his hands.
He was 3 for 5 last night. He had 5 RBIs and he scored 3 times. Here he rolls this one foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
The guy's 6'5", longer arms, which is why you pitch him on the hands. And the one thing that Altair does is he really gets off the plate.
He's a kid from Germany.
His dad, a pro soccer player in Germany. Grew up in Arizona. And the qualifying rounds for the World Baseball Classic have already been played, and he played on the German team. He had to be the guy.
The guy. Hit out to Hunter Pence. 2 outs. And here's Maikel Franco. So here's Franco. He had a good day yesterday, and he takes a call strike.
Well, I don't think he's going to get a lot of strikes in the strike zone. You don't really have to do that with him. He's a really aggressive hitter. Strike one's important. Now you just shave the corners and let him help you out. He wants to swing the bat. Like all good hitters, you got to mix speeds and locations.
This is popped up. Belt making the call. And the catch. So Cueto has a nice 1-2-3 first inning. Giants lead 2-0.
is brought to you by AAA. Get a free road trip day pack with a AAA insurance quote. Go to AAA.com/road trip or a AAA branch for details. Restrictions apply.
Now come out to the park early on Saturday, August 13th. The Giants will take on the Orioles. But come out early because the Giants are going to honor Hall of Famer Gaylord Perry with the unveiling ceremony of his statue at 1 o'clock at the corner of 2nd and King. The first 20,000 fans are going to receive a replica Perry statue, and it's going to be courtesy of Coca-Cola. sfgiants.com/tickets. The date, August 13th. Here's Gillespie, 2-0 Giants. And Gillespie takes high, 258, 4 home runs, 17 driven in. Cueto and then Span. And a strike to Connor Gillespie. Every once in a while we'll get a note from people that'll say, "You're saying it wrong. It's Gillespie." No, it's not. We went over that when he was called up about, I don't know, was it 4 years ago?
Yep.
As a rook. Down the left field line. And this is going to be a base hit for Gillespie. And we asked Connor, and he said, no, it's Gillespie. So here's Cueto. Now we get other letters from English teachers.
Oh, yeah.
Not as many, though. I think we've really cleaned up our act.
Either that or they've given up on us.
Just said, forget it. You know what? They're going to get an F. It's just going to stay that way. Here's Cueto as he lays down a bunt foul. John Miller, when he came aboard in 1997, he had the perfect explanation for the mistakes that we made. He said, well, it's baseball language.
That's right.
Oh,
thank you, John.
We needed that.
We felt better.
Still an F. Cueto with a bunt. And this is going to get the job done.
But
not maybe the most exciting baseball play you've ever seen, but a very successful one.
Well, it's solid baseball. It's situational baseball. You have a pitcher who's not a great hitter, but you can use his out, and you can make it a productive one, moving up the runner into scoring position, but he does a good job.
I think my point was is a casual bunt made play by a casual first baseman.
Yeah.
And a casual flip to first.
It was a very comfortable play.
It was. Here's Span. Span takes high. It is sinking line drive that Herrera tried to catch. It kicked off of Herrera. Far enough away for Span to stretch a single into a double. And that pigeon-toed right foot, that hasn't changed since opening day.
Well, he starts that way, and once he drops and really centers down with his weight on both legs and takes his stride towards the ball, it opens up. But that's just a reminder. It's a hip reminder is what it is, to stay with that front hit and not pull off the ball.
Yeah, there's a belt high strike. It's a 1-1 strike.
There's the pitch and toad you're talking about, and once he plants, he gets much more conventional.
Span, it's a high fly ball to right. Altair back in front of the wall. He makes the catch, and Gillespie is going to motor on over to third.
Thought he got it.
I don't know, with the wind the way it's blowing, maybe it knocked it down a little bit.
I thought he got it. The footwork on the swing, very solid base. I mean, he's leaving the box measuring. I think he felt he had a chance to get out of here.
I think Klein did too. Pagan with a solid single in the center field in the first.
There was no batting practice today. They had a charity softball game. Guys were pretty disappointed about it. They wanted to get on the field and hit. This is a fun place to hit.
I got to tell you, the charity softball game was compelling.
It was tired with 2 D's. Tired.
1-0 to Pagan. 2 balls and no strikes.
But you know, for a team, a visiting team, when you don't play this ballpark very often, batting practice is important.
Well, I also think it's important for the fans too. You see a softball game, nobody cared. Nobody did. The only people that cared were the people that were playing.
That's it. And about a half of them got tired of it after the first inning.
They wanted to just go have a beer. There's a strike to Pagan.
But for a visiting team, you know, Giants come here once a year. They need to take ground balls on the infield. Outfielders need to take fly balls in the outfield. Hitters need to see the background, get comfortable with it.
Plus, it's not likely they're going to do it tomorrow.
No. Day game after night game.
Pagan lifts one out to right, and Altair is there, and that'll end the inning. It'll be Howard, Rupp, and Herrera coming up. 2-0 Giants.
Bay Area is brought to you by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Giants scored 2 runs in the top of the first inning. They lead 2-0. It'll be Howard, Rupp, and Herrera. Here's the pitch to Ryan Howard, and it's a swing and a miss. Howard did not see the field yesterday. Hasn't seen the field a lot.
Well, he was going to see it against Cueto because he's got pretty good numbers. I mean, he's 6 for 24, but he's got a couple doubles, a triple, and a home run. So you figured that Pete McCannon was going to take advantage of his success against Cueto.
Below the knees, it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
But you're right. I mean, his everyday playing days are over.
There's a strike, 2-2.
But he's been a great Philly, and he definitely has left his mark on this city, and it's been very positive for what he did on the field and what he's done off the field.
Yep, absolutely. Down the left field line, that'll be a souvenir. The contract that Howard signed is so large that there isn't anybody that would take it.
Well, this will be his last year. They have a club option for next year. But 11 years in the big leagues, all of them with the Phillies. 3-time All-Star. National League's most valuable player in 2006. NLCS most valuable player. Rookie of the year. I mean, this guy's really done a lot of amazing things in his career. 36 years old.
Well, basically what he's done is he's grown up here in Philadelphia.
And they won't let him go. When he's done playing, and they'll keep him with the organization forever.
So.
Very special ambassador. The kind of guy that baseball needs, the kind of guy that the city needs.
The shift that they put on Howard, they've been doing that now for a number of years. And he drives this one to right, and he hits it right over the defense. And that's a leadoff single and the first hit in the game for the Phillies. And that'll bring up Cameron Rupp. At this point, you're just happy to keep Howard in the yard because that's where he's most dangerous.
Down and in, just sort of top spins it. Gets it over the head of Panic. A lot of comparisons between other big men who hit left-handed. Willie Stargell, Dave Parker, Willie McCovey. Of all of the big men that hit from the left side, Willie McCovey had the quickest swing. I mean, very compact swing for a big man.
Here's Rupp, who hit a home run last night. Here he takes a strike. When the Giants played the Phillies in June in San Francisco, Rupp did not start the game against Cueto. Consequently, he has no official at-bats against Cueto. Lifetime. Shoots this one to Crawford, who digs it out. Panic. Bell. It's a double play. Rupp hit it as hard as you can.
Well, and if Brandon Crawford's glove was not broken in, it is now. This is a one-hop rocket. Just scooped up nicely by the soft hands of Crawford. And after that, they had all the time in the world to turn that one. I mean, that's a big, strong man with strong hands. Getting every bit of it. And for John Miller, we know you're watching. The exit velocity was 109 miles per hour. And that is from our producer, Jeff Kuiper. John is on assignment.
Well, if he's on assignment, he could be anywhere watching this. You see the wide open stance by Herrera. There's a strike.
I mean, it's really unusual because he's got a big high leg hitch, but he gets it down way early.
Right.
And then he takes another strike.
I know. It's almost as if Cueto's trying to mess with him with the high leg kick. Hit well into center field. Span is on the move, and Span is going to watch this one carry him way away from him. And now you got to be careful. Pagano's running it down. He's going to pick it up, and holding at third is Herrera. Angel Pagan doesn't follow that play. The Phillies are on the board.
You're right. Great hustle from Pagan, and he prevented the inside the Parker. Big carry, and watch it kick off the wall away from Span, who thought he had a chance to get this. And it kicks directly away from everybody, and Pagan on it, and just as quick as he possibly can gets it into a cutoff. A backspin fly ball. And Herrera thought he had a home run to begin with.
Yeah. Here's Galvis, who rolls it foul. Galvis hitting .232. Had a hit in 4 at bats. And he takes high. On deck is Cody Ashe. 1 for 6. Galvis's numbers against Johnny Cueto. Into center field, right at Span, and this should end the inning. And it does. No runs, 2 hits, 1 left. 3rd inning coming up. Pence, Posey, Crawford, 2-0 Giants.
CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Mr. Pickle's Sandwich Shop, where the summer blockbusters aren't just stellar, they're interstellar.
2-0 Giants. Here's Pence. Pence, Posey, and Crawford facing Phil Klein, who has given up 2 runs on 4 hits. He struck out Pence in the first. And a big breaking ball, and it's 0-1. Hunter Pence back.
Hunter Pence likes Nickelback.
Good news for the Giants. But he's not picking up Klein's fastball right now.
He is not. In fact, I don't think he's picking anything up. That's 4 swing throughs on 4 pitches. And that's something that you can absolutely feel when you're on that mound. If a guy's not seeing you.
Hunter Pence plays Pokemon Go.
And a little poke job into right field, and that's going to fall for a base hit. Well, the Orioles are in town for interleague play Friday, August 12th through the 14th. Sunday the 14th. Giants are giving away Hunter Pence solar bobble bodies to the first 20,000 fans, courtesy of Coca-Cola. sfgiants.com/tickets. That's right, the body moves.
The bobble body.
And next year, what are we going to have?
The Bobble Boilers.
It'll be a collection of 4 broadcasters, of which only 3 will participate. Posey takes high. 1 ball and no strikes. Buster with a base hit to knock in a pair of runs in the first. And it's low, 2-0.
Before Hunter Pence had the hamstring problem and eventually had the hamstring surgery, he was always a threat to steal a base. Now we see him running pretty well, but we have not seen him attempt to steal a base since he's come back off the disabled list.
Posey with a healthy rip and a foul out of play.
That's a 2-0 swing right there. Talking to an old teammate, Ryan Howard. These guys both wore the Philly uniform.
And now timeout is called. Probably either hit in front of Howard or behind him. Probably behind him.
But both these guys, I mean, they're just both positive people, and I would imagine that they were pretty good buddies when they were playing together here. A lot in common. Their outlook on life and the game. There's that low strike that you get with Lance Barrett, the plate umpire.
Down low, Posey takes the breaking ball. It's 3-2.
I always thought that was a good pitch when you got a low strike and you knew if you got a gift, hitter knew you got a gift. That's a pretty good idea to go back down there below the strike zone, because a lot of time a hitter thinking, well, if he's going to call the low pitch, I got to get after it, and they'll chase the pitch that's low. And I'm talking about throw one lower than the one that was called a strike.
See if Pence goes. He will. Posey, it's a high drive center field. Herrera on the move. It is off the very top of the wall, and here comes Hunter Pence. Posey into second base. The throw home is late, and the Giants score their third run. Hunter Pence, we're going to find out if you're okay, pal.
That's a test, trying to score from first on a double.
You can run the bases all you want, but when it comes to game situations, you're going to find out it's much, much different.
So I'm saying he passed the test.
I'm saying he did too.
Buster Posey comes about 4 feet from hitting one over the center field wall. Maybe even less than that. And let's watch Pence go. He's got to hold up a little bit there to see if it's going to get caught or not. Now it's off the races. And Galvis at shortstop's got a really good arm.
So here's Crawford. And Crawford takes wide. Brandon Belt is on deck. Giants now with 6 hits. Posey's got 3 RBIs. He now has 50 on the season. Crawford rolls this one slowly, and Klein will take it himself, and on the play Posey goes to third.
Take a look at Hunter Pence coming into home.
Well, he always does slide a little bit differently than most guys, so that slide's not that unusual. I do think that between home or third and home, he was starting to run out of gas.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's a I'm leaking oil slide at home.
And that's only because of the fact that, you know, he had surgery 2 months ago, and it's going to take a little while before you're back to your old self. Here's Bell with the infield in. And Bell with a swing and a miss. This is a strikeout situation now for Klein. He knows it. And he also knows that they got somebody up in the bullpen too.
Well, next pitch is going to be number 60. It's a lot of work.
Bell hits a high fly ball center field. Herrera back. Herrera at the wall, and he makes the catch, tagging his Posey, and it's 4-0. It's not exactly what Bell wanted, but he's going to get an RBI in a no at bat.
Well, he thought he had a home run. That's what he thought he had. That's another one we thought had a chance to get out of here. So that's 3 balls the Giants have hit that we had a chance, that we thought had a chance to go, and none of them have gone. One by Span, one by Posey, and now this one by Bell. And it winds up being a pretty good play from Herrera's perspective. I don't think that would have gone out.
I don't either. Here's Panic. I mean, in this ballpark, you just don't ever know how many runs you're going to need.
Oh, you got to add on. This is the same mentality you have playing in Coors Field.
Panic, look out in the seats over the Giants dugout. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Penn seems to be doing fine after his trip around the bases. Panic again, foul. It's 1-2.
Ball girl tonight. All right, Dad and son. This is going right to Mom.
High to Panic. So you think Mom's going to be part of this?
Oh yeah.
Out swinging Joe Panic to end the inning. Giants score twice. We'll head to the bottom of inning number 3. It's 4-0 Giants.
Presented by Comcast Business, hosted by Elmer Kozimor tonight at 8 p.m. on CSN Bay Area. Tonight's guest will be Will Smith, the Giants' new relief pitcher, Giants insider Alex Pavlovich, and Warrior center Damian Jones. All that and more. Sports Talk Live tonight, 8 p.m.
4-0 Giants. Here's Cody Ashe. Ashe takes a strike. 219, 4 home runs, 17 runs batted in for Ashe. And against Cueto, he does have 2 hits and 5 at bats, lifetime. One of those hits a double. 2-1. The pitcher, Phil Klein, is on deck.
Yep. They love their cotton candy.
That's the first adult I've seen eating cotton candy in 5 years. And that's not the first time he's eaten cotton candy.
No, he's a pro. That's a veteran right there.
Goodness, that disappeared in a hurry.
And he proves you eat cotton candy, you'll lose your hair.
Well, if you ever decide to, get a wig, I know what you can put on that wig to keep it on your head.
Cotton candy. It's better than pine tar.
He's still got some there. He's fine. It's 2-2. 3-2. Overshift is on. Gillespie to the right side of second base. And it's an art form.
No, he's going right through that.
Pagan will give chase, but that's going to drift into the seats.
Now you have the dilemma. How am I going to make this last?
Uh-oh.
So much for that.
Holy Toledo.
I'm telling you, he is going to lick the paper spool.
How to play again.
And that may not be his last.
You think he's going to go after? Let's see. No, he's going to ask his buddy next to him, "Hey, can you hold this?"
Yeah, he's going to share with his grandkid. Maybe not.
Oh, yeah. Here, you get that.
Thanks, Grandpa.
Oh, wow.
You're a great guy.
This is down the right field line. This will be foul. Hey, Grandpa, I said you could have a little bit, not the whole thing.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, he's got a little bit down by the bottom of the handle.
Grandpas are sneaky, man.
Uh-oh, get that part. Come on.
No.
Hey.
No, you've had your piece.
Yeah. We cut a deal, pal.
Here, pull my finger.
3-2. Grandpa, you ate the whole thing. I did not. Foul back. In just one at bat to Cody Ashe. That whole thing disappeared. This lady's got a pretty good act going.
I'm impressed.
Cueto's had enough of Cody Ashe.
I mean, she'd been working on it for 4 months. She couldn't do that back in April.
This is down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone, and it is foul. Bad angle for us because I thought it was fair.
I thought it was fair by half a section. We're like 0 for 4 with our home run calls. There you see how close it was. Not very. So 11 pitches into the at bat for Cueto, and Ashe makes his heart flutter a bit, I would imagine. And here comes number 12.
Foul back.
Well, this becomes a big at bat because of how many pitches Cueto's throwing to get to this point. I mean, 12 pitches into the AB now. I mean, if you lose him by way of a walk or he gets a base hit, now you're set up for a big inning pitch-wise. So is Cueto doing the smart thing? I mean, he knows what's at stake here. Taking a little bit of a walk.
Got him.
And he backdoors him with a little slider. Beautiful pitch. And in a 4-0 ball game, you wouldn't think that that's a big pitch, but it was. They set up in the outside corner. Posey sticks the reception. And that's pretty impressive at bat.
despite striking out looking.
Here's Klein. Klein takes a strike. That's a strike only because Klein is what, 6'7"?
Yep. And I think he's a tall 6'7".
The Fanatic is on top of the Giants dugout leading cheers. There he is.
You know, think about the Fanatic. It's never the same old shtick. It's always new. And you can say the same thing about Lucille back in San Francisco.
Yeah.
It's always new.
Foul back. Dave Fleming, he'll join Mike innings 4, 5, and 6. I'll head over to the radio side. John Miller will be back on Friday night in Washington, D.C. Toy, ain't gonna miss. He got him. 2 down.
So one time through the lineup, and Cueto has allowed 2 hits. He struck out 3. He's going to make him show his hat. Let me see the hat. Okay, so
You got him. You got the oldest trick in the book.
and,
He said, I can't believe he got me. His buddy's horse laugh at him. Pulled on the ground, foul.
oh, nice play.
Oh, he got you. Did he get him again?
Well, he got his hat.
Oh. Inside corner strike. Oh, he is good.
The Philly Fanatics, 40 years old.
Come on.
Yeah.
40?
40.
Cueto's going to take a little walk. This is an inning where he's done just fine as far as getting outs. He's just throwing a lot of pitches.
He's just sitting on the kid.
The kid is totally not even like in the park.
And when the Phillies go on the road, I mean, the Fanatic hits the town. I mean, he never has a day off.
And the 1-2. Got him, and that'll end the inning. Cueto strikes out the side. Dave Fleming will be in. I will see you back here in the 7th.
Park here in Philadelphia. It's 4-0 Giants. We are at the top of the fourth inning. Joining us now, Dave Fleming. Welcome.
The bottom of the third, that at bat for Cody Ashe. I thought it was going to be a while before I headed over here. That was pretty impressive.
And that actually turned out to be a big pitch to get him on the called strike 3. So, hey, a different feeling tonight than it was last night. So far, it's been all Giants.
And holding down the top of the order, at least so far. Johnny Cueto's done a good job, and the Giants have had real good at-bats against this guy, Phil Klein, including Connor Gillespie, who had a hit his first time up. Giants offense has a different look and a different feel.
Well, and the other thing, too, is, and it's healthy, there's competition for within the clubhouse. There's guys pushing guys for at-bats.
And I know you always think that's a real good thing, positive thing.
I do. I think it's healthy. I think it's competition in the bullpen, competition in the starting rotation.
That one was a little bit low.
Yeah, just a little scud-like.
And Bochy talked today about it. Hey, Connor has gotten hot. He's had a good swing going. So he doesn't want Gillespie to just sit on the bench and let that feeling, that rhythm go away. He wants him in there. Try to keep that good swing going. 2-2.
Giants have 4 extra men now with a 13-man pitching staff. And that's that man's job to keep them all sharp. And I would imagine you'll see Ari Hadrons get a start here in the next couple of days. He just got called up and activated, and he was red hot down in Sacramento. So they'll want to keep him sharp.
2-2. Gillespie on the ground foul right to Bill Hayes. The idea is to get Adrianza a start in the next couple days. Nunez is going to be back in there, and whether that happens tomorrow or for sure on Friday in Washington, and maybe both. Give Crawford at some point a day off, give Panic a day off, use that versatility. 3-2.
Well, and it's nice to have the feeling that you've got a good offense out there, even when you're moving people around, giving people some rest. I would imagine that Trevor Brown will play tomorrow. A day game after night game. Buster Posey will probably be getting a day off.
Although Buster is 2 for 2 with 3 runs batted in his first 2 at bats. Gillespie is 2 for 2 with another base hit. So Posey keeps swinging like he has tonight. He may lobby to stay in the lineup.
He might. You're right. It's a great place to hit. One of our keys tonight, Dave, was to get the leadoff hitter on base. Giants have done it in every inning.
And one thing you've seen, I think it was a good key, and especially with Cueto, who's not a great hitter but a very good bunter. He's already got 1 successful sacrifice. There's Buster. Let's see if Cueto's bunting again. He is. And it's another good bunt. He'll move Gillespie to second.
Well, are you looking to host clients or friends in a luxury suite at AT&T Park? You can select premium suites. They're still available for the upcoming Mets and Braves series. Available spaces include the Tony Bennett Suite, Docker's Deck, and the always popular Virgin America Loft Space. So call 415-972-2298 or go to sfgiants.com/suites and check it out.
You know, one thing you talk about getting the leadoff runner aboard against this pitcher, Phil Klein. He is vulnerable to the running game, and a lot of his attention with those lead runners on has been to the men on base, and I think it's been a factor in this game. Strike 1 to Span.
Well, if you're slow on the stretch, and I hand it to him, you know, he's pretty quick for a guy 6'7". You know, he's right around average on load time, but it still gives guys a chance to steal a base. And not only that, the point you make, though, the concentration that he has to give the runners fragments his concentration to the hitter in the batter's box, and that can create opportunity in location mistakes.
Span on the ground, a lunge attempt. He knocked it down. Hernandez did, and for now that'll keep Gillespie at third, but that'll be a hit for Denard Span, his second of the game.
He should have had 3. We thought he had a chance for a home run in the second at bat.
I kind of went into the home run call for that one.
So did Kipe. We're all feeling it. So a nice job from Hernandez to keep that ball from going into the outfield. I don't think you'd have seen Roberto Kelly send Connor Gillespie at third, even if it went into the outfield.
Probably not.
Nevertheless, a nice play.
Tim Flannery, he may be watching us tonight. I used to ask him about this ballpark. It is a stressful park for a third base coach. Those corner outfielders are just right on top of you. And unless you got real speed on the bases, it's a hard decision. On the ground to short. We'll see if they can turn 2 in time.
That's what they'll look at.
Keeps the run from scoring for now. Yeah, Pagan wants him to look at it. They're going to ask Phil Klein to stick around here for a second while the Giants take a look.
It's going to be close.
The ball's got to beat the runner to first base. You also have to have enough evidence to overturn the call on the field.
I do not think that's going to get overturned.
Tough decision. I mean, it means a run. The Giants are going to ask for the challenge. They're going to ask for the review, use their challenge.
What we've seen over the 4 months of this season, the first 4 months, there's just no guarantee when it's a close play, when it's a bang-bang play. Our replay review is presented by Xfinity.
It sure seems like certain replay crews, and the crews are in Manhattan, in New York, and that's who these umpires on the field communicate with. It seems like series to series, some crews are very willing to change calls and are aggressive with it, and some crews are extremely deferential. And I think the key here is it a tie? Is the foot on the bag as the ball's in the glove?
Well, I agree with you. I think he beat it out, but I just don't know if there's enough there that is going to overturn it.
Yep.
I just don't trust it.
Yeah.
But I absolutely agree with Chad Chopp and Sean Dunston, who are in the Giants clubhouse, making the call that the Giants should challenge. I mean, this is a huge play. They would get a run. They would have 2 men on, or they'd have 1 runner on. They'd have Buster Posey and Hunter Pence coming up. So, I mean, you can see why this is an important play.
Yeah, I agree with you. Save him for these kind of plays. He is out. So they challenge, and they do not get the friendly call. Call stands. So the Giants don't score. Middle of the 4th. It's still 4-0. Cueto back to the hill.
We go back to August 13, 2004, right here in Philadelphia. That's when J.T. Snow had a 3-home run game. The first one off of Brett Myers. 5th inning, a solo shot off of Amaury Telemaco. And he gets Telemaco again in the 7th inning, and it was the first non-Barry Bonds 3 home run ball game by a Giant since Kevin Mitchell did it in 1990. That's your greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile.
And I remember being here that night, and that was the first year of this ballpark. It was the first series the Giants had ever played in this new ballpark, and we were all thinking, oh my, this is a bit different.
Coors Field East was what we were calling it back then, and it really has not been that much different than Coors. It's a great place to hit.
Impressive young hitter here. Aaron Altair against Cueto, takes a strike.
Way off the plate. Wide open stance. Now he'll close up.
That front foot is all the way on the far reaches of that batter's box. 2-1.
The guy who I thought got off the plate the farthest was Ellis Burks. I mean, he was way the back of the batter's box. Long arm swinger. And he did that because he was vulnerable to the inside pitch when he got closer to the plate. And that's how he dealt with the league trying to jam him. And he'd get way to the back of the box and he'd look away.
Two. Just outside.
Just missed. And when you're pitching to a guy who's that far off the plate, you think you could just cherry pick on that outside corner at the knees anytime you want. And last night we saw him take a fastball away at the knees to right field and hit over the wall off of Madison Bumgarner.
3-2. He struck him out swinging. 4th strikeout in a row and 5th strikeout overall for Cueto. But it seems strange to say he's only given up 2 hits, no runs. I think he'd like to have a quicker inning. That long at bat from Ashe, 50 or 49 pitches through 3. I think it's a night where he'd like to go deeper into the game.
Yeah, you take away that at bat from Ashe, and I mean, at the end of this inning, he wants to be 60 pitches or less.
So get 2 quick outs here. Franco takes a strike.
So he's, even if he goes over, you would think if he has a quiet inning, it's not going to go by much.
Hard hit ball, foul.
This is not an easy part of the lineup. And this guy, Maikel Franco, has been swinging the bat well. Ball girl, a little extra work.
He's a Warriors fan. And a Giants fan, I'm sure. He struck him out. Franco kind of gives himself up. Well, no, not officially. Now he's out. That's another strikeout for Johnny Cueto.
Dad's a gamer, brought his glove. Well, they're on vacation, and that just made the trip.
Two down for Ryan Howard. For a guy hitting 170, had a pretty good at bat his first time up. Got a lot of pitches out of Cueto and singled. Hits that one hard and right through the defense. He's 2 for 2. He's not running at all these days. So on a ball in that spot where some Phillies hitters might try to get to second, he'll stay at first.
Want to go up and in. He drops it down around the knees. Down and in, not good. Up and in, that's the target. But when you drop it down, he can just drop the bat head on it. You're right, Dave. Anybody else in that Phillies team standing at second.
Well, it feels like the Giants have totally dominated this game, but it's only 4-0. And here's a guy with a lot of power. You got to be careful to Cameron Rupp.
Well,
strike one.
It wasn't exactly like he popped him up his first at bat. He hit an absolute one-hop bullet to Crawford that would lead to an easy double play, but you can't hit the ball any harder than that.
That was big play. Next hitter, Odubel Herrera, tripled. I thought Odubel Herrera had a great chance for an inside the park home run.
Yeah, we all did. And if it wasn't for the great play of Pagan, he'd have got it. That he was kind of measuring it out, leaving the batter's box. He didn't get out of the blocks real well.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he was upset at the end of the play with himself for not running hard the whole way or at his third base coach. On the ground softly to Gillespie. He's got time. He throws low, and a nice pick by Belt. Good play by the Giants first baseman. That's a pretty quick inning for Cueto. Giants lead 4-0. Grand Slam giveaway on CSN. Our contestant Pearlie Wong will win an Acura MDX if a Giants player hits a Grand Slam this inning. Go to AcuraNorCalDealers.com for more information on how to enter.
So Pearlie, we're rooting for you.
The Giants have big hitters coming up. With Phil Klein, the starter, still in the game. Leading 4-0. Hunter Pence got the 2-run rally started in the third inning. He's 1 for 2. And I thought that was a pretty cool swing by Pence. The ball looked to be outside by a lot. And somehow he got the bat on the ball.
Well, that's his key. When he starts driving the pitch that's off the plate about 2 or 3 inches, and he starts driving that thing to right field, that's when he's locked.
Pence swings through that fastball. And he's not been particularly comfortable against this pitcher. You can see him shaking his head.
But he's had a lot of swing and misses against him.
For whatever reason, that fastball has been tough for him to pick up. 1-2. Phillies had the bullpen going. Klein, and we didn't know how long he'd be able to stay in this game. He has managed to make it to the 5th. This will be his 80th pitch, though. There's Brett Oberholzer. Pence on the ground, foul. Two in the first. Posey knocked them both in with a base hit up the middle. Then 2 in the third. Buster doubled off the center field wall to knock in a run, and Brandon Belt would drive in a run with a sac fly. The 1-2. Hey, look who's here.
Hall of Famer, 11-time All-Star, Allen Iverson. And when you see Allen Iverson, and he is the big man here in Philadelphia, always will be. Whenever you see him, you know one thing: he's going to be comfortable.
He's looking pretty comfortable.
We talked about the impact that Ryan Howard has had in the community here in Philadelphia, and the same thing with Allen Iverson. They love him here, big time.
Good take by Pence. Toughness. Maybe the toughest little guy in a big man's game in the history of the game. Yeah, he wasn't a perfect player. He wasn't a perfect person. He got into arguments with his coaches, all the time.
And he didn't like practice.
He did not. Hard hit, but to Hernandez. And he throws out Pence, one away. But you mentioned last night what it takes to be a popular athlete in this town. If you play as hard as he did and as tough as he did, you will be forever loved in Philadelphia.
Tough is a big part of this town.
I mean, I love him. I was a huge Allen Iverson fan. And I miss watching him. The Posey double his last time up. Look who he vaulted over. All-time doubles leaders for the Giants since they moved west. Over Matt Williams. 0-2 to Posey here. Driven in 3 of the 4 Giants runs. 1-2. Maybe we're going to get that patented Posey hot streak. We really haven't had a true Buster hot streak yet.
Well, it feels like it.
Still 1-2.
You know, we saw the last road trip where all the big 3 in the middle of the Giants lineup were cold at the same time, and we haven't seen it where they've all been hot at the same time. And that happens at some point during the big league season.
Here's Klein's 1-2. He struck him out. Looked like a changeup. Maybe a real tight slider.
That was a good pitch.
2 down. His numbers, this guy's numbers in his career against right-handers are very good.
Well, his numbers in the minor leagues are great. I should tell you exactly what they are.
Well, I believe you.
19-5 with a 2.23 ERA.
Okay.
If you do that in professional baseball, I don't care what level you're at. You've got talent.
2 down for Crawford, who's 0 for 2, although one of those at bats, he crushed a ball. He lines that one to third. Tough luck 0 for 3 for Brandon Crawford tonight. Phil Klein has gone 5. Giants have a 4-0 lead in Philly.
our annual Jerry Garcia tribute night. Your special event ticket will include a Jerry Garcia Giants hat. I want to get that, I want to get that, I want to get that. And a ticket to see the Giants take on the Mets. Go to sfgiants.com/special events for more information.
It's like they cut out a picture of Jerry's head and just stuck it right on the forehead of that hat.
It's working.
Here's Odubel Herrera. They had Grateful Dead night, not Jerry Garcia night specifically, but Grateful Dead night here at the Yard last night.
They did.
Maybe a smaller scale than what we have. There's a little shimmy pitch.
Well, there's like a little shimmy step going here with Herrera. I mean, in his triple the last at bat, he had 3 toe touches before he unloaded his swing. I mean, this is entertainment right here. You got creativity on the mound, you got creativity in the box.
Time.
So how do you hit Johnny Cueto? Well, you have to outfunk the funk. That's Herrera's approach, and so far he's been impressive with it.
I'm just kind of watching both these guys. As a strike.
Perfect pitch. Although Herrera, I don't think is in complete agreement.
A big smile on his face. I think they're both enjoying this. The swivel struck him out. 94 miles an hour.
Strikeout number 7 for Johnny Cueto.
Pitching well. It's still a long way to go. It's the 5th inning, but Bumgarner had for him such a rare off night. He's just pitching well over and over and over again. Galvis takes a little bit high, maybe outside, ball 1.
He has some funkiness in that last approach. He was running up the box.
The Phillies are countering Cueto with his own. Yeah, he does it again. Now that is weird.
You know, I played winter ball one year in 1976 in Puerto Rico. Then we won the championship there. Went to Caribbean Series in Venezuela. One of the really fun parts about winter ball,
he stayed put,
is that you see a lot of that every game. The Latin players and the Caribbean players, they are so entertaining and creative in how they play this game. And winter ball, it exposes you to a lot of things you've never seen before.
Strike 3 called.
Ooh, that's some paint.
Number 8 for Cueto. What is fun? Different is fun.
It is fun. And Puerto Rico, I played for Caguas. After every game, you'd come back into the clubhouse and the conga drums would come out. There'd be about 8 of them. And the guys would turn on a boom box. Here you see the paint on the outside corner for strike 3. And everybody start, you'd have a few beers and you were listening to salsa music and the conga drums were going full bore. It was a hoot. It was fun.
Clubhouse dance party.
And I never really paid much attention to salsa music. When I came out of winter ball, I was on board. We won the championship, went into Caguas, and Caguas has a town square with a fountain in the middle of it. And we were on the city hall with a big balcony, and it was packed people. And we came out, and they put us on their shoulders, and they walked us around the square and the water fountain in the middle of the square about 20 times. It was a scene.
I wish I could have seen that. Ball 2 to Ashley. If you've ever been to Old San Juan, you can kind of picture that, like the town square with the statue right in the middle. I can picture it.
That's where my wife and I lived in the condado there. We actually couldn't play in Caguas that year. They were rebuilding the ballpark, so we stayed in Santurce, or we lived in San Juan. That was the Roberto Clemente Stadium there, and just a lot of fun, a lot of great memories.
That ball is hit to right center field. Span has time to get under it. Out number 3. And not as many pitches from Cueto to Ashe this time. Not salsaing off the mound, but a good inning for Cueto. Donald's true stories will go back to this date, 2001, and that's Andres Galarraga against Turk Wendell. Giants got the 2-run walk-off home run from the Big Cat, and they beat the Phillies. That was their 9th consecutive win. Fun memories, 2001 on this date, Giants-Phillies.
He was a good Giant.
He was.
The Big Cat.
And a new pitcher for the Phillies when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and the brake experts. The left-hander, Brett Oberholzer.
Take a look at the numbers for Oberholzer as he's coming into his 25th game. 37 strikeouts, 20 walks in 47 innings, however, is the one blemish to his report card.
Otherwise, he's getting mostly A's and B's.
Well, he's the only lefty down there in that pen. Jimmy Paredes is coming on, and he'll be in left field. Double switch.
So Ashe made the final out. He comes out of the game. Brandon Belt pops it up. And that's playable for the catcher, Rupp. 1 away.
You know, Oberholzer is not a blazer. I mean, he's a 4-pitch guy. He'll throw fastballs that sink and cut, and curveballs, sliders, and changeups. He's going to finesse you.
Well, let's see if Panic can get it going. Joe's frustrated. Yeah, you can understand why. Tops that one to second. And I think he was sort of yelling at himself after that swing. 2 down.
Well, you know, we're starting to see emotion from him, which leads us to believe that he is indeed hit the frustration point, because normally he doesn't frustrate very easily. He's pretty controlled emotionally, but it's getting to him. And the balls that he hits on the nose, he's getting nothing for them.
Two outs, and Connor Gillespie, who's 2 for 2, 2 more hits for Connor. Both against the starter Phil Klein, who went 5 and gave up the 4 runs. Called a strike. Gillespie was jumping out of the way like it was going to hit him. Gillespie to left. Paredes just in the game, makes the catch. That's a quick inning for Oberholzer. So a short breather for Cueto. He'll go back to the mound with the Giants ahead by 4.
Is brought to you by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience TV.
All right, what's hot? Delivered by Domino's. You want the hottest Bay Area sports news? Head to csnbayarea.com right now and see what's hot. Delivered by Domino's.
Johnny Cueto's been pretty hot in this game. 8 strikeouts, 5 scoreless innings. He and the Giants lead 4-0. First at bat of the night for the switch hitter, Jimmy Paredes. Just came in on the double switch. He does like to swing. He's usually not waiting around. .213 batting average between 3 teams. Orioles, Blue Jays, now Phillies. 0-2.
It's a healthy rip right there.
He's a guy who has not ever put up real big numbers, but he's a switch hitter who can run and who can play all over the infield and in the outfield as well. He strikes out swinging.
Strikeout victim number 9 for Johnny Cueto. 6 by swinging strike 3, 3 by called strike 3.
Cueto's only had 1 double-digit strikeout game this year. Hernandez, I guess he didn't offer it that. Ball 1.
I think Buster Posey's asking Lance Parrott to play umpire the same question.
Hernandez 2 of those strikeouts. Cueto struck out 11 against the Padres. One of his 4 complete games. There's called strike 2. In the dirt. 1 double-digit strikeout game, but he's in the top 10 in the National League in overall strikeouts. Part of that is a testament to how many innings he's pitched, how durable he's been. Two. Broken bat, 1 hopper, knocked down just in time. Hernandez is not sure. As the call was made, that's out number 2.
All right, let's take a look. A little bit of a bobble. Now all of a sudden it's a stress play with the speed that Hernandez can put on it. And that's a tie. I don't see that one getting overruled either. They may contest down 4-0.
And I guess they won't.
They kind of got an inkling as to what the mindset is of the crew that's working in New York tonight. Because there was a similar play earlier in the game, and it just wasn't enough to overrule it.
Really very similar. The Giants did not win that review, that challenge. Altair swings and misses.
Cueto's moved it around. I mean, he hasn't just picked apart one location on Altair, and I think that in itself is respect.
Nice high hop for Gillespie. He throws out Altair, and Johnny Cueto 6 very strong innings. Kipe will come back over and join Mike here on the TV side with the Giants ahead 4-0.
Toyota Game Summary is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. And through 6 full innings of play here at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, the Giants 4 runs on 8 hits, no error. Phillies no runs on 3 hits and no errors. Cueto has been masterful through 6, 9 strikeouts. He's allowed just the 3 hits. And Buster Posey 2 for 3 with a double and 3 RBIs. That's your Toyota Game Summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. 4-0 Giants. Top of the 7th here again is Dwayne Kuiper.
All righty. So Cueto fouls the first pitch. There's a bunt, first base side. Cueto on the move, and Oberfelder throws the first, and they're going to say they got him. And I'm shocked if Howard was on the bag.
Well, it is the 7th inning, so they can request it again. And I agree with you. I don't think his foot was in contact with the bag. Dan Asonia, who's really a good base umpire, making the call at first base. And Cueto showed everybody he can move. He's got good speed.
Well, that's a tough one, isn't it?
That's a close one.
Yeah, they're not going to look at it. Or Cueto's at least departing. So the out is going to be at first. And the hitter will be Span. Watching the beginning of the Rockies Dodger game, that game's going to go 6 hours tonight.
I saw there's 7 runs scored. It's the first inning.
Turner hit a home run. Arenado hit a home run. Reynolds hit a home run. Span bounces this one to Hernandez, and that's out number 2.
Angel McConn's got to think about taking a strike here at least. Give Johnny Cueto a little breather. I mean, he ran hard down that baseline.
So here's Pagan. Pagan 1 for 3. Overholzer is 5 hitters, 5 outs.
Well, and he's kind of unique. I mean, he's the only lefty in that bullpen, and he's not a situational lefty. He's a guy that can get right. He's out as well.
Hit high and deep to left. Paredes is there, and he's going to make the catch, and that's going to end the inning. Cueto will come out. He'll face the beat 4-0. Lead for the Giants. There's Cueto to go after Maikel Franco, and this is cued off the end of the bat, foul. So that's 87 pitches now for Johnny Cueto.
Well, and if you're worried about the effort that he spent running down that first baseline trying to beat out the bunt, when the inning was over, he was the first guy back on the field for the Giants.
Hit to right. Pence is there. And here's Howard. Howard is the one guy that has solved Cueto. Maybe not in a way that Howard would like to. He's got 2 singles.
Welcome back, Pence and Panic. Hunter Pence, of course, played here in Philadelphia. Joe Panic, he's an East Coast guy.
High and deep to left, down the line, and gone. The one guy that has ownage on Cueto just took him deep. It's 4-1. It's his 15th of the year.
Little two-seam fastball over the plate. He inside outs and backspins it right over the wall. Just going to be a matter of whether it was going to be fair or foul.
And he did a lot of that when he was younger. Cameron Rupp is 0 for 2.
There's the numbers. 9 for 27 with a couple home runs, a triple, and a couple of doubles lifetime.
Center field. Span on the move. And this one is gone. So back-to-back here in the 7th, and it's 4-2.
Middle in, just about knee high. And as soon as Rupp hits the ball, he knows it's out of here. We saw him take on center field at AT&T Park, and here he just flips it over the wall. And everybody in this ballpark that roots for the Phillies is into it big time now. They've been sitting on their hands for 6 1/3.
Here's Herrera. Herrera takes wide. Herrera tripled in the 2nd, and then Cueto struck him out in the 5th. In at 3rd is Connor Gillespie. It's 2-0. And a strike.
Watch the 3 tips of the toe. 1, 2, and then 3. And he used that swing and that toe dance to hit the triple in his first at bat earlier.
And this is skied out to Span in center field. 2 outs.
I don't think I've ever seen a 3 toe tap. And he hit a ball off the wall in left center. 1, 2, 3.
Well, he's having a pretty good year, so it's working.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Galvis is flied out and struck out. The Giants bullpen is quiet. Just outside for a ball.
Here comes Joe.
Popped up. Panic, gonna battle the wind. And that'll end the inning. So settling down, he gets 2 pop-ups. And we will head to the 8th inning. 4-2 Giants. Davidson, after kicking a fan out of the game last night for obscene language. Davidson said, and people cheered me, which is unusual in this town for me.
I don't know about I think the other 3 umpires were the guy cheering, and that was about it.
There's Bob. Hasn't called the balk yet.
Hey, there's time.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy. Oil change and auto service. Your oil change tune-up and brake experts.
Michael Marriott coming in now. You see what he did at Lehigh Valley. 1-2 with a 2.23 ERA. And
well, he gets to face the beef.
He's really hard on righties. You see what he's done with righties, hitting .097. So he's going to get tested right here.
Yeah, he's a pretty good righty hitter. Pence is 1 for 3. Giants need to see if they can get those runs back.
Hunter Pence deletes all emails.
Way outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Posey and then Crawford. Pence single and scored in the 3rd. Here's the pitch. Swinging a tapper, foul. Yeah, see that empty seat? That's right about where that fan was that got thrown out.
Oh, we were shocked by it.
Whatever he said really ticked off Bob Davidson. One ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Good curveball. So low to mid-90s curveball, a slider. We haven't seen the changeup yet.
Pence takes in tight.
Marriott out of the University of Nebraska.
Two and 2. Pence hits a high fly ball to left. It's in the park. I'm going to say this with not a smile on my face. I know where he didn't go to college to play baseball.
Where?
University of Wisconsin.
Why is that?
Because they kind of told the baseball program to take a hike.
That's right. They don't have a team. I don't understand that.
I don't either. Posey's 2 for 3. Buster hits a high fly ball center field. It just got underneath this one as Herrera is there, and he'll put it away. 2 outs.
The cool thing about Marriott is that his teammate at University of Nebraska, Cody Ashe, is his teammate here in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Plus, I don't think there's any doubt where his preference of hotels to stay at.
Yeah, he's a Marriott guy. Absolutely.
I mean, they got to give him points, right?
Of course.
I mean, he walks by, they got to give him points.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Here's Crawford. I don't even know what the point system is. I've never done it.
Get a free extra pillow.
I got you. Outside to Crawford. Crawford is flied out, bounced out, and then hit a line drive right at Michael Franco. And a strike. Pretty good velocity at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike. Belt on deck. Crawford bounces this one. Slowly hit. Charging is Hernandez. He's got it. His throw in time. And Marriott with a nice job as the Giants go down 1-2-3. 4-2 Giants. Bottom of the 8th coming up.
presented by authority of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
Well, MLB TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. You go to MLB TV for details and check it out.
Giants with a 4-2 lead. Taylor Featherston is going to be the pinch hitter, followed by Paredes and then Hernandez. Swinging a high pop-up, which I believe is going to reach the seats. It's going to bring rain, and it's out of play. Featherston is a pinch hitter in the game last night against Bumgarner. Drew a walk, and that was the beginning of the end for the Giants lefty. And a strike. It's 0-2.
Nice little cutter in that outside corner.
Still at 92 with 99 pitches into this outing. 92 miles per hour on that last fastball. Got him.
And that is strikeout number 10 for Johnny Cueto.
And that was at 94. So here's Paredes. Paredes came in on a double switch, had one at bat. That was the lead off the 6th, and he struck out.
12th time that Johnny Cueto has had 10 or more strikeouts.
Two and 0. Cesar Hernandez is on deck. And the 2-0 pitch is fouled right past Hernandez.
Signs of fatigue in a started pitcher is elevation. He starts to get up with his pitches, and he just has not shown that. He still continues to hit the corner locations. Mr. Posey loves catching Johnny Cueto, and the reason for it is where he puts that target, he'd be pretty much going to hit the glove or be close to it. Not a stressful night. You're not blocking a lot of scuds.
This should be a strike to Paredes. It is, and he fouls it back. It's 3-2.
There's activity in the Giants bullpen. Will Smith, Sergio Romo.
Out of play.
Johnny Cueto is going to be allowed to pitch, but I don't think he's going to be allowed to get into his stretch. And that's what Smith and Romo tell you.
And the walk. So here's Hernandez. Hernandez is 0 for 3.
So Bochy going to give another hitter.
And a base hit to right field. Paredes will stop at second. And the hitter will be Aaron Altair.
And another hitter. Again, he comes out. I mean, you really aren't stalling for time because everybody's ready in the Giants' pen. I think it's just to give Cueto a breather.
Join us tomorrow. It'll be an early game back in the Bay Area. Pre-game live will start at 9:30. And we'll have the game for you right at the top of the hour. Breakfast with the Giants. Complete pre- and post-game coverage with Giants insider Alex Pavlovich at csnbayarea.com. Giants and Phillies tomorrow to wrap up this 3-game series.
Now batting for the Phillies, right fielder Aaron Altair.
Aaron Altair will step up. He's 0 for 3 in this game. Cueto had 108 pitches. He's got Paredes at second and Hernandez at first. So really good speed at first. First pitch is inside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes, and that's by design.
Well, it does set up a way. The one thing you cannot do with this guy is miss up and away.
Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike.
So he just elevates it on the same side of the plate. So 2 pitches, 2 fastball. This one on the hands. And with the swing into 1-0 count from Altair, you understood what he was trying to do. He's trying to put his team ahead with 1 swing.
This one on the ground. Gillespie's got it. His throw to first is not in time.
Johnny Cueto immediately said a challenge. The Giants had already been on the phone. I think the fact that he hits the top of the bag, the back end of the bag, may give the Giants a little hope. Doesn't hit the front of the bag. And very close. They're going to look. They may have a shot at this.
This replay review is presented by Xfinity. The first replay the Phillies cheered. The second replay they moaned. No, I think he's out, Mike.
I think he is out, and indeed he is. And that is humongous in the grand scheme of things. So it turns out to be a great play from Connor Gillespie to get the out despite the speed of Altair. And by about the length of a spike, they get Altair. And it's going to keep Johnny Cueto in the game. There you look at it right there, and he's out.
Franco is popped out, he's struck out, and he's lined out to Pence. Speed at second in the tying run, the potential tying run, and there's a base hit to right field. And this is going to tie the game as Franco comes through, and it's 4-4. Franco saw 1 pitch and he lined it into right field. I'm not sure that there's been a team that's played the Giants tougher than these Phillies.
Yeah, and Maikel Franco has been the guy that has been the centerpiece of a lot of damage with the bat.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and brake experts. We'll be back. Eighth inning on the base hit by Michael Franco. So there's your new pitcher. It's Will Smith.
Will Smith's numbers: 1-4 with a 4.43 ERA, 23 strikeouts and 22 in the third. Got into last night's ball game, and he's making his second appearance for San Francisco. He has faced Ryan Howard a couple of times. Howard 1 for 2 with a double.
Howard has had a hit in a couple lifetime at bats against Will Smith.
Will Smith, fastball, the low 90s, 2 types of movement, mostly 4-seam fastballs, curveball and a slider.
And a strike in its 0-1. Howard hit a solo home run to the opposite field in the 7th inning off of Cueto. Swing and a miss, nothing in 2.
Curveball, curveball. Fastball, slider, and the curveball has been what he has used. He does have a changeup, although it's rare that he throws it.
And he got him on 3 pitches, and that'll end the inning. We will go to the 9th. It's 4-4. Hector Neris is the new pitcher.
And the numbers for Neris are very, very good. 66 strikeouts and 54 2/3, 4-3 with a 2.47 ERA. He is inheriting the closer role as Jinmar Gomez, the closer, has left the team for paternity leave. Neris has been the setup man. Now he is assuming the responsibility of closer, and in a tie ball game, when you're at home, you're going to throw your closer in that ninth. Great stuff. You got a fastball that goes low to mid-90s, hard slider, and one of the better splits in the division.
Facing Belt. Belt. That's the first pitch foul. Overshift is on for Belt. Panic, and then Gillespie. Remember, the Phillies are out of left-handers coming out of their bullpen. Joseph is at first, and that's a double switch. Joseph will hit in the A spot. Pitcher spot is fourth. Belt takes high. It's 1-2. Mike was talking about the paternity leave for Gomez, and those are the moves.
We saw Klein tonight as a starter. Marriott came in relief. Aaron Nola was supposed to start today.
Belt hits it into right center field. It's in the park, and it's Herrera moving over. 1 out. And here's Panic. Panic tonight has bounced out twice, and he struck out in the third. And it's wide. 1 ball and no strikes. Gillespie on deck. Two and 0.
And here's where you can cheat a little bit. And I mean, Joe Panic's got some thunder in that bat head. He can hit a home run. He'll look for something middle end, mid thigh. And what do you get is a split, a 2-0 count, and a good one.
2 balls and 1 strike.
Talk about what the philosophy is here for Phillies relievers coming out of the pen late. They pretty much stay away with a lot of velocity.
Hit to left for Paredes. 2 outs. And here's Gillespie. Romo and Casilla.
Score stays tied. You'll see Romo. If the Giants take a lead, you'll see Casilla.
Gillespie, 2 singles and a fly ball to left. Oh, 0-1.
Phillies had a lot of rumors circulating around their closer, Jinmar Gomez, prior to the trade deadline. Only way you could do that is if you have somebody that can step in and be a closer, and you're looking at the guy who would be that guy. Hector Neris. Good stuff.
On the ground on 1 hop, and that's going to end the inning. Bottom of the 9th. It remains 4-4. Tonight after Giants postgame live right here on CSN Bay Area. Get reaction to this game. Alex Pavlovich will have postgame notes and ready for Rio. Missy Franklin profile. So Romo is the new pitcher.
So let's take a look at the numbers for Sergio Romo. 15th game that he has been in. No record yet. 4.6 or 4.63 on the ERA. And with Romo, you're going to see the high 80s fastball that he will 4 and 2 seam. 2 seam to lefties, 4 seam to righties, and then he's got a slider, which is his bread and butter. He also has a changeup.
So he'll be facing Rupp. Rupp takes wide. He homered into straightaway center field in the 7th. Adrianza is now, check that, that's Nunez who's at third. This is fouled out of play. So I misspoke, so it's Nunez. On the ground, base hit. Phillies aboard here in the bottom of the 9th. And that'll bring up Herrera. And Bruce Bochy's coming out. This is going to be a game where Bruce Bochy is going to use everybody if he has to.
So Javier Lopez is going to come into the game now. Giants have 2 lefties. They've used Smith, and now Lopez comes in.
4-4. We'll be back. Cameron Rupp at first base to open up the bottom of the 9th. So Javier Lopez, his duty is to go after Odubel Herrera, and you don't know, Odubel Herrera may be bunny.
The numbers for Javier Lopez, 40th time he's coming into a game. 0-2 with a 3.93 ERA. For Javier Lopez, 2 types of breaking ball, curveball, slider, and then the high sidearm delivery with the fastball and a changeup.
And if Herrera is going to be bunting, then if you're Nunez and if you're Belt and if you're Lopez, you better speed things up because he can fly.
He can fly, but they don't have great speed with Rupp at first.
And it's low, 1 ball and no strikes.
And if the bunt isn't perfect, the Giants will have a shot to get Rupp at second. They've got a good throwing arm with Nunez at third and with Bell to first. They both are aggressive with good arms. Herrera does have 1 sacrifice bunt on the year, so it is within his skill set. And as Kipe said, he can fly.
He bunts it and fouls it, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Nunez and Belt really right on top of home plate when that ball was fouled. So it's a ball and a strike. Quick toss. Rupp not going anywhere.
Bunt should go down the first base line. A lot of pressure is on Bell because he has to stay back on that bag and hold Rupp on and make it close and keep him close. And then he's got to bust off, and if there is a chance to get Rupp, I mean that's the design of the play, to try and get Rupp.
Low. That time Herrera not showing bunt. It's 2-1.
Outside. Giants do not want to walk a runner into scoring position. Marty Galvis on deck, more speed on deck.
Three and one should be a strike to Herrera. And he walked it.
So what was a bunch situation is still a bunch situation. And once again, the pressure on the corner infielders. And a lot of it has to do with the speed of Galvis. I mean, everything has to be pure here, as the Giants will indeed anticipate a bunt. Pure, but by that I mean defensively pure, to get the out. And that move there called from the dugout just to see if Galvis was going to show bunt. But you have to throw a strike. And Lopez knows it.
And the bunt, it's off of the plate, and they're going to let it roll and roll foul. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Smart play from Lopez. He knew that if he tried to make a play, it was not a guarantee he would get even the 1 out at first base because of the speed of Galvis. So you let it roll and hope it goes foul and then pick it up.
It's always a little risky because when it hits that grass, you're never quite sure what it's going to do after that. And the bunt. And this is foul. Posey was trying to get to it before it went foul, but Galvis was in the way. One and two.
Galvis is a contact guy.
Span is going to catch. Rupp is going to tag. So Galvis gets the job done anyway. And that'll bring up Tommy Joseph, and Bruce Bochy is going to come out.
And they may be checking to see if Rupp left too early from second. And it was a good tag. So it's a strikeout situation for Bochy, and he's going to go to his strikeout guy, his closer. The tag there legit.
So the Phillies thinking that they're in a good spot. Casilla is going to try to stop it from happening. It's 4-4. Rupp at third and Herrera at first. One out.
So Santiago Casilla is coming in, and just look at the one stat, the strikeouts in the innings pitched, 48 and 39 and 2/3, and that's what he's pitching for now. I mean, look, he'd take a ground ball double play to end the inning, but he's going to be thinking strikeout in this one. And how does he go about doing it? A little bit 90s with the fastball. He'll 2 and 4 seam. The hotter weather, you'll see a higher velocity fastball. He's got a curveball, slider, and a changeup. I mean, he's got some weapons to get the strikeout.
Tommy Joseph, the former Giant, never a big leaguer, but the former Giant in the minor leagues. And he does have a hit off of Casilla. So the Giants will pull the outfielders in, and that's in case of a line drive. Joseph is a guy that will strike out from time to time.
49 strikeouts on the year, just a little over 200 at bats. So 1 every 4 at bats, he will whiff. So the Giants thinking strikeout here, plain and simple.
Crawford and Panic are not playing all the way in. Popped up to Pagan. Pagan catches. Joseph has to stay. 2 down.
That's as good as a strikeout right there.
Now the ball squirts away from Nunez.
Maybe better because it only took 1 pitch.
And here's Paredes. Paredes is 0 for 1. He drew a big walk in the 8th inning. So Rupp at third.
Ooh, you got Bach and Bob. Oh.
Be careful.
Bob Davidson, umpire at third base, leads the world in calling balks, and he looks for him.
And the runner goes, and it's low. So Herrera will end up at second. Nobody cares. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
96-mile-an-hour fastball with 2-seam movement right out of bed. So Casillas definitely got good stuff. Not a strikeout situation. They'll take any out they can get. And he does have an open base.
Two and 0. You take advantage of that open base. That's fine, but then you better throw strikes to the next guy.
I think the Giants never really worry about him throwing strikes. And I think in his mind right now, it's a 2-0 count, but I think in his mind it's a 1-2 count. And that's the type of location you think, I'm going to throw a pitch as if it was a 1-2 count. I want it to start on a corner, let the movement take it out, let this guy chase.
2 balls and 1 strike.
Oh, like that. You know Paredes wants to be the hero. I mean, what hitter doesn't? So this situation, he's looking for anything close. And you take it and you use that aggressiveness against him. Some hitters will look for a walk. And Paredes is not that guy. He wants to hit it.
Foul off the end of the bat, 2-2.
Again, beautiful pitch. Started on the outside corner. The movement just sort of slid off the strike zone away from him. Now the pressure's on Posey. Because with 2 strikes here, he's got 2 shots to go down in the dirt and try and strike out Paredes. He will chase below. But you have a runner at third. You've got to block that ball if you're Posey.
Rupp is way down the line at third. It's 2-2. Got him, and that'll end the inning. Throws his first curveball, and it's perfect. 10th inning coming up. Where would you rather be? Nunez to lead things off. Honda, and we're going to give it to Giants catcher Buster Posey. In this game, he has 3 RBIs, a single, a knock, and a pair in the first, and then a double. He missed a home run by maybe a couple of feet. A ball off the wall, a double, a knock, and a run in the third. And the Giants catcher is our Honda player of the game. Ramos is the new pitcher. Giants saw him last night. He pitched an inning, had a couple of strikeouts, a lot of hit. It'll be Nunez to hit first. Remember, Nunez came in on the double switch. Nunez, and then the top of the order with Denard Span.
Edubre Ramos, good stuff.
Out of play, no balls and 1 strike.
You pretty much know that that's what you're going to get coming out of this Phillies bullpen. He'll go mid to high 90s with the fastball, hard curveball, and a changeup. And more curveballs than changeups.
Hit on the ground to third, and right there is Franco. 1 out. So here's Span. Tyler Goodell is now in left field. This is another double switch. Goodell will hit in the cleanup spot. Span is 2 for 4. He'll try to reach for Pagan, Pence, and Posey. And the bunt, and it's foul. It's right at Pagan. It's no balls and 1 strike.
So Giants getting tested. Gut wrench. They have not scored since the 3rd inning. Phillies pitching really has calmed them down. That did not miss by much.
How about they haven't had a hit?
Yeah.
Two and 1 to Span.
And that's the curveball we're talking about.
Giants have not had a base runner since the 4th inning.
17 Giants retired in a row. That's how dominant the Phillies pitching has been.
2 and 2. That's 96 from Ramos.
Look at the Phillies team, and you say, well, they're young, but they're physical, especially in that bullpen. Good pitch, great take.
That's a good take. It's 3 and 2.
Not an easy one either.
And Pagan waiting on deck. On the ground to Galvis. Galvis gets a big hop. 2 outs. Here's Pagan. Pagan singled in the first. He's 1 for 4.
I think it's a ballpark in tie ball games. You just think home run, and that's the one thing that can really change guys who are not home run hitters. I mean, for Pagan, maybe more of a gap-to-gap doubles guy. But you just can't help but thinking that it's out there. The home run's there because of the dimensions in this yard.
Pagan hit his 7th last night. He got a pitch down, in, and he just wrapped it into the bleachers in right field. Breaks his bat, flips this one into center field, and it's going to be caught by Herrera on a terrific play. He went a long way to track that one down, and that's going to end the top of the 10th.
Fully extended, backhander, low, about a foot off the ground. That is a remarkable play.
And the hitter would be Cesar Hernandez to face Santiago Casilla. Hernandez is 1 for 4. He picked up a base hit in the 8th inning. And he shows bunt, and the first pitch is high. 1 ball and no strikes. Nunez charging quickly. Rockies have a 9-2 lead on the Dodgers. That game in the 5th inning.
Well, that's good news. You're like Amy G.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. 2-0.
Hernandez in his 3rd year at the big league level. Came up with the Phillies, signed in 2007, got to the big leagues in 2013. So he paid some dues down in the minor leagues. Out of Venezuela.
And a strike. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Back 2-2.
Hernandez definitely an energy player. He's an igniter. He gets on base at about 350 clip, and he can steal you a base. The kind of guy you do not want to let get on the bases.
No.
In an extra inning game, especially on the road.
Popped up. Pence or Panic? Who's it going to be? It's going to be Pence. 1 out here in the 10th. Here's Aaron Altair. Altair is 0 for 4. Fly ball, a strikeout, and a couple of ground balls to third. And a strike.
Get it in, breaking ball. There's always a little bit of a vulnerability when you're flopping a curveball into to get a strike one. And I don't think anybody's going to go up there with Casilla tonight the way he's throwing the fastball and look for anything but fastballs early. And he took advantage of it.
Threw him another breaking ball. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Every pitch in this sequence has been a breaking ball. Curveball, cutter, curveball. You got to get that curveball down.
Here's a strike. 2-2.
95 on the knees. So after 3 breaking balls, I think Altair was looking for one.
And now a full count.
Little cutter just off the plate. Think about Casilla. I mean, all of his pitches, he'll throw 3-2. Posey wants a fastball away.
Bounce foul.
Good pitch. Right where Posey wanted it.
Rosenberg for Casilla. Three and 2. Foul again.
Another challenge at 94.
He throws Paredes with a curveball. He hasn't really been able to throw a good one yet to Aaron Altair. We'll see what he does 3 and 2. Casilla ready. Got him.
Boy, I mean, those cutters at 90 are really a high velocity breaking ball. And this absolutely blocks up Altair, and he can't do anything about it. But Casilla kept pounding that outside corner with that pitch, missing off the plate away. Here, he couldn't throw a better one. Great pitch, great stuff.
So here's Michael Franco. His hit in the 8th knocked in 2 runs to tie the game.
He's going to try and trot here.
Goodell is on deck.
Let's go, Franco. Let's go.
Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I mean, he's got #1 stuff. He cannot throw a better curveball than that. It's a 1-0 curveball. It gives you an idea of how aggressive Franco is. But Casilla has brought his weapons.
To Crawford. To Belt. And that'll end the inning. 11th inning coming up. It's 4-4.
And you can come out the ballpark early on Saturday the 13th of August as we will honor Giants Hall of Famer Gaylord Perry. The statue unveiling ceremony begins at 1 p.m. at the 2nd King Street Gate, and the first 20,000 fans will receive a replica Perry statue courtesy of Coca-Cola. So get your tickets right now at sfgiants.com/tickets.
It's 4-4.
The pitcher now for the Phillies will be David Hernandez. 49th time he has come in. This is a familiar face for the Giants. If you remember Hernandez, a pitcher with the Diamondbacks for a long time. 57 strikeouts and 48 in the third. He rebuilt his arm with surgery, and he's throwing hard again. Low to mid-90s. Hard slider and a changeup, but mostly slider.
And here's Hunter Pence, who takes a strike. So as you said, right out of bed. A good fastball.
It's a battle of the bullpens right now.
Oh, 2.
And that's the slider.
So Pence behind. And he shoots one right over the glove of Franco at third, and that was a hanger, and he took advantage of it.
Oh, he jumped on it. Not even the quick hands of Franco equipped to do defensive work with it. I mean, that's just a one hopper. It's a do or die. You swipe and hope. I mean, just one hop, top spin bullet.
So here's Buster Posey. Swing and a miss. Starting him off with an off-speed pitch.
He's got nice command with that slider. I mean, I think he can command the slider as well as he commands the fastball. Career for Posey, 2 for 11 with a home run.
And now it's 0-2, so Posey's right where Pence was. No balls and 2 strikes.
Posey asked Lance Barrett, was that a strike? And Barrett nodded his head, yes it was.
On deck is Crawford. And it's low. By the way, the hit for Pence, it's his second of the game.
Well, it broke a streak of 19 consecutive Giants hitters retired, so that's a significant swing of the bat.
2-2. Pence with his lead. Joseph holding him tight. The 2-2 pitch. Here it is to Posey. Breaking ball, double play ball. That's one, and that's it. I think that's got to be turned, don't you?
Well, you would think it would. I mean, Posey's not blazing down that first baseline. He's been in the squad all night, but he didn't have a lot of backswing, so he does get out of the box pretty well. And I don't know what kind of grip that Hernandez had on the ball. So credit a lot of hustle from Pence to put a little heat on him, and perhaps that's what caused the no throw.
Here's Crawford. Giants have now a chance to make that hurt. You got to turn that.
Well, they're going to look and see if the slide into second base was clean. If it was within the rules. The rules state you have to go straight into the base. And Pete McCannon coming out and saying perhaps he went a little bit to the side of it. Let's take a look at it. No, there's no way you can fault that. He didn't go with the bag. He still stayed in contact with it. I think Dale Scott is defending the slide. He's on your right, the crew chief. Straight in the bag. You can't slide past the bag, but he stays in contact with it with his hand. So umpires are going to discuss it. Bob Davidson joins the fray, and they're going to look at it.
Well,
this replay review is presented by Xfinity.
Not exactly sure what they're going to look at, but
runner made contact the fielder in the course of a legal slide, which we think it is. A legal slide requires the runner to slide before the base, which he did. Make an attempt to remain in the base, which he did. They may not deviate from their pathway, which he did, in order to initiate contact. Penalty for the violations that both the runner and the batter are out. So we know that. I just think he's checked off all the boxes, and I think it was a legit slide. I don't think that they're going to say that he came in high and barrel rolled it because there was no body there. It wasn't like he was making contact.
So Pence is out. Posey's safe. And I guess a good legitimate try by the Phillies.
Well, it's as the play should have been called.
So Crawford's going to step up with Buster Posey at first base.
Batting for San Francisco, shortstop Brandon Crawford. After review, the call is confirmed. There's no violation of the slide rule.
So Crawford's got a double lifetime and a home run lifetime against Hernandez in 6 at bats. And he takes wide for a ball, 1-0.
Well, and Hernandez knows that too, and he knows that he got beat middle in with the long ball, which is why he's trying to stay away. A little backdoor breaking ball there. But Crawford can go the other way with power.
And he got underneath this one. He hit it well, but he hit it straight up to Goodell. 2 outs. And now here's Belt. Belt also has a lifetime home run off of Hernandez. So Belt coming up. Belt's 0 for 2. And a quick toss, and Posey's back. And a breaking ball for a called strike.
Yeah, nice wrap around that outside corner with that slider. As I mentioned, I mean, Hernandez has got a good feel with that pitch. I mean, he can go both inside and out with the slider just as easily as he can with the fastball.
Down low.
The drama of extra innings.
Low again to Belt. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
And it's not like he has bases to play with here, because he doesn't want to walk a runner into scoring position, even one with average speed at best.
Out of play, 2-2.
That's a quality pitch. Fought off nicely by Belt.
And the 2-2 pitch. Foul back.
That was a hanger. A little breaking ball, it just hung right up in the belt. And in the protect mode, the easiest place to protect is between the belt and the letters, and that's right where that was. He got away with it.
Posey back.
Best arm in the outfield for the Phillies right now is in right field with Altair. It's a good one.
Posey goes, swinging a foul.
So he picks his spots. He's been successful 6 out of 6 times this year. And when he steals them, he's always stealing them on the pitcher.
And another 2-2 pitch. Here it is to Belt. Out of play.
Billy Hayes at first base has got the stopwatch, and he knows that Hernandez is real slow right now. And he's relaying those times to Buster Posey. That last one was 1.38 seconds. Average is 1.25, so it's slow.
Three and 2.
Good pitch, good take.
Well, now Posey can go.
You're right. He's going to get a 2-out jump.
And this is advantage if you hit a ball in the gap.
Phillies have backed it up. I mean, they're playing doubles defense, especially with Herrera in center field. I mean, he's deep. Try and prevent that ball from getting in the gap. Straightaway defense in the outfield.
Posey goes. The pitch. Fouled again.
Got ourselves a fight. 10th pitch of the at bat coming, and it's not like he has an open base. They do not want to walk Posey into scoring position. Should be a challenge.
And the walk.
And that was a mistake, and now it's up to the Giants to take advantage of it.
Well, here's the scenario. You got a guy who doesn't have a hit in this series. He's won some big games for the Giants with big hits on the road. And against Hernandez, he's 2 for 2 lifetime with a home run. So we'll see if ownage is ownage. Small sample size, don't care.
We are on assignment from Alamo, California. Well, welcome aboard.
There you go.
Glad you're here. Enjoying a good one.
Home of Mario Alioto. Panic facing Hernandez. The pitch. Inside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Hernandez wanted it.
And a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Posey at second, Belt at first. Out of play, 1 and 2.
All these pitches in this sequence have been up. And that is to the strength of Panic.
Out of play, spoils a good pitch.
That was a good pitch. 95 with some fuzz on an outside corner. He did well to just fight that bad boy off.
The 1-2 to Panic. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Still trying to work that outside corner with the slider. A lot of umpires here at the ballpark tonight groaning, but those are people sitting off to the side.
Side retired. Panic lines it right to Franco. It remains 4-4. And George Cantos will come in for the bullpen.
Take a look at the numbers for Cantos in 33 games, 2-0 with a 2.96 ERA. 20 strikeouts against 7 walks in 27 in the third innings. Cantos, a low 90s fastball, slider, curveball, changeup, 2 types of movement on the fastball.
So Cantos will go after Goodell, Cameron Rupp, and then Herrera. Adrianza comes in. This is a double switch. He will hit in the 8th spot. Pitcher spot now will be in the 7th spot. And here's Goodell. Tyler Goodell, right-handed hitter with Rupp to follow. And a strike, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, good first pitch slider. And I think for Cantos, I mean, you look for pitch performance with that slider early in your appearance, and it'll give you confidence, and that was a good one.
Look out, it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Goodell was in the starting lineup last night, and he went 0 for 3. Remember, most of the damage done last night came from the first 3 hitters in the Phillies lineup. And a base hit to left field. Just like that, the Phillies open up the 11th inning with a base hit.
And now they have speed on the base paths. Cantos a breaking ball, and it had some hang time on it up. And Goodell did not miss the mistake.
I think, Mike, you're supposed to hit those.
Well, I think every pitching coach, or every hitting coach rather, in the big leagues will tell you that.
So here's Rupp.
He will not be bunting.
And Rupp homered in the 7th, singled off of Romo in the 9th. One ball and no strikes. Rupp, when he goes to center field. He did it off of Bumgarner in San Francisco. Here he does it off of Cueto.
That's just a strong top hand. Back spins it right over the head of Span.
Hit out into left center field for Pagan. 1 out.
Just got that slider out on the end of the bat. And you can see Rupp, as he left the batter's box, slap his hands. He felt he should have done more with that pitch. And I can see why. It had some hang time on it.
Here's Herrera. Herrera, lots of speed. And it's wide. 1 ball and no strikes. Tripled in the 2nd. Then struck out, popped out, walked in the 9th.
If you're thinking steal with Goodell, I mean, he's going to have to earn it. Cantos is quick out of the stretch. Posey's quick out of the squat.
And a check on Goodell, and he gets back easily. Galvis on deck. Belt holding on Goodell. And the pitch. There's a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
A lot of sliders. Giants defensively in the outfield, they're playing Herrera pretty straight away. Backed up their corner outfielders. About as much as you can in this ballpark. Gatos has to get those pitches down. He's up. The best pitch he's thrown in this inning has been the first pitch that he threw. And after that, he has brought everything upstairs around the belt, and that's not where he needs to be. He needs to be down the knees and below.
Runner goes. Posey will not throw. So that pitch wasn't close. It may have thrown Posey off.
Yeah, I think it did. I think it took him out of balance. I mean, he really had to reach far to his left. I mean, ideally, you want that throw off your right shoulder so you can catch it with your front shoulder already in the cock position. So a break for the Phils, and they have a runner in score position. But it's going to take the bat out of the hands of Herrera. And it also sets up the force.
So Herrera will head down to first. His run does not mean anything. And Galvis is going to hit. Galvis is 0 for 4. $23,162 at one point. We're here. We are in the 11th. Your runners are Goodell at second and Herrera at first. Here's Galvis. On the ground to Belt. Belt is going to go to Crawford for 1. To Cantos. Not in time.
And that may get looked over. Cantos thought they had him. Ron Rodas might lead the league in quickness to the phone.
What a great throw by Belt.
Toe tap touch from Crawford, who unloads. They got him.
I think they did.
They'll review both bags. They'll make sure that that Crawford did indeed do the toe tap while in possession of the ball. But they're going to look this over, and I think they should. And here's the back end of it. They got him.
I think they did.
The replay review presented by Xfinity.
That was a beautiful throw. And by the way, the throw that Crawford makes back to the pitcher, the game's on the line if he throws that away.
Oh, he threw an absolute perfect strike, chest high. And replaying it here at the ballpark, and the Phillies fans, I think they're in agreement that he was out.
Yeah, we don't hear any cheering, that's for sure.
But we wait.
Got him, and that ends the inning. And what a great play by Belt, Crawford, and Cantos. Hey, we'll head to the 12th. Where would you rather be? It's 4-4. Giving away Hunter Pence solar bobble bodies to the first 20,000 fans, courtesy of Coca-Cola. See you at the park. Go to sfgiants.com/tickets. Luis Garcia is the new pitcher. This is the 12th.
Giants saw Garcia in last night's ball game, the hard thrower. You're going to see mid to high 90s with the fastball. He's got a slider and a split. They're good ones. Another power arm coming out of that bullpen.
Here's Adrianza, who is going to take an at bat for the first time in a long time.
Well, welcome back.
Absolutely.
He was absolutely on fire down in Sacramento.
Missed 95 games. Fractured left foot. 6 home runs, 14 RBIs, 17 rehab games with Sacramento and San Jose. So he found his power swing with a fractured leg. You never know when you can find it. I never did. I looked and looked. He found it.
Where did you look, though?
All over the place. He found it in Sacramento. High fly ball, center field. And Herrera will put it away. And here's Nunez. Nunez came in on a double switch. He hit in the 10th and bounced out to third. So this will be his second at bat. He's hanging in there, this kid.
Oh, yeah.
He's taken a lot of abuse tonight.
He loves it.
We're assuming it's from most of it from his family members.
Well, he's standing tall down there with his colors on.
Low for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. 1 out. Nunez at the dish. Span in the on deck circle. And the pitch. Foul back. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Nunez with 12 home runs with the Minnesota Twins. And you have to point out how difficult it is to hit home runs in Minnesota. This is not a ballpark that favors the hitter. This one does.
Tap slowly to Joseph. 2 outs. So Span will have to try to do something with 2 down. Span hit one in the second that I thought was gone. If he hit it now, I do think it's gone. There's no wind right now. I think he should try it again.
Why not?
And it was caught in front of the wall by Altair.
But Span has had a good night swinging the bat. He's had good ABs the whole night.
Out of play.
You know, you get to a ballpark, and tonight you mentioned there was over 23,000 people here. Conversation goes on. You don't hear the crowd a lot, but as it starts to leave the ballpark and the crowd dwindles, you start to hear conversations in the upper deck. You hear everything. And the point being is that when you have a ballpark full of people, you're sort of insulated to hear the comments coming from the stands, but as it gets a little vacant, there's an echo. The acoustics here, they ring out.
Yeah, minor leagues. Same thing.
You know, you're in a 12th inning ball game here, and the guys have had a few cold ones. All of a sudden, those little conversations can become loud, and from a player's perspective, you can hear, well,
a lot.
Yeah.
Span with a base hit to right field. And that'll bring up Pagan. And Pagan homered off of. Did he homer off of Garcia? I think he did. Yes, he did. Last night. Tonight he's 1 for 5. See if Span tries to steal a base. Down low. Nice play by Rupp. It's a ball and no strikes. Pence on deck. And this pop-up is straight back and out of play. This was the home run last night. He had a pitch down and in.
Down and in, got all at that point in time. Giants had a 1-run lead. They're feeling pretty good. So I think they'd feel pretty good if he hit another one out. What do you think?
I'm in. Outside corner strike, 1 and 2.
What you going to do with that one? At 96, that's absolutely perfect location. Rupp puts the glove up and it's right between the knees. Pitcher strike. Check the runner.
There's Pence. Span with 11 steals. He does not have one today. And a pitch out. It's 2 and 2.
So Pete McCann, the skipper of the Phillies, thinking, hey, it's go time with leadoff hitter on base.
Well, he might go now.
It's a great time to go. It's right after a pitch out.
Span goes. Doesn't matter. Side retired. Bottom of the 12th coming up. And it'll be Joseph to lead things off. Giants and Phillies, final game of this 3-game series, and we'll have it for you right at 10 o'clock on CSN Bay Area. Everybody's kind of hanging in there.
Oh yeah, I'm going to clap like my dad. And I'm going to yell like my dad.
So here's Joseph to lead things off.
That was great. She likes her dad.
Contos to Joseph, and a call strike. Joseph, big guy, so you know what he's going to try to do. Joseph is 0 for 1. Look out.
And that is the last thing that Contos wanted to do. So a free 90 feet, and it leads off an inning.
Well, not only that, but so it allows Garcia to bunt.
Phillies have one guy on the bench left, and that's Carlos Ruiz, a backup catcher. At least he's the backup catcher tonight.
There's PB getting loose. So Garcia is going to try to bunt, and he lays down a perfect bunt. And Belt will throw to Adrianza. And the Giants are right back to where they were in the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, and now here in the 12th.
Phillies have Ruiz, as we mentioned. In the bullpen, they have Severino Gonzalez. And of course, they have the 4 starting pitchers. The Giants have 3 moves: Blanco, Brown, and then they can use Bumgarner as a pitch hitter. Bullpen with Law, Peavy, and Strickland. With Peavy, you got 7 innings out of him. So they're not hurting for innings.
Here's Hernandez, and he swings and misses. Hernandez with 1 hit in 5 at-bats. And it's down low. Nice block by Buster Posey. 1 ball and 1 strike. Nice job by Garcia, who probably doesn't get a lot of opportunities to bunt.
No, but he does on the first pitch. I mean, that adds to the momentum of the inning. And he got a hero's welcome coming back to the Phillies dugout. And he didn't seem too surprised with the good bunt.
2 balls and a strike. Contos doesn't have to throw a strike to Hernandez. And now Hernandez is going to ask for time.
You have average speed with Joseph at best at second base. Best arm for the Giants is in right field with Hunter Pence.
Three and one.
And again, not a get it in situation, as you pointed out. You don't really care if you walk him. You want to make a quality pitch. You don't want to give him something up there on the tee. Peavy, who just moved into the bullpen.
So the walk, and it may have been what the Giants wanted to do anyway. And here's Altair.
With one out, they do not have a base to play with here, so they have to throw strikes to Altair. It all changes if they can get the out with Altair. But for right now, they have to get in and they have to challenge. Pitch count not an issue. He's at 19 pitches. That's it for Gatos.
So Blanco is going to come in on the double switch. And Jake Peavy is going to come into the game. So Jake's coming in. Blanco's already in. And it remains 4-4. The pitching change is Jake Peavy to face Aaron Altair.
So the first bullpen appearance for Peavy, and it's a critical stress situation. He's coming in 5-9 record, 5.47 ERA, 90 strikeouts against 33 walks and 108 2/3. And if the Giants have an advantage in the bullpen, it's because of this guy here. I mean, he's got 7 innings that he could give Bruce Bochy. Phillies would have to go to the rotation if they had to answer. Right now, he's worried about 1 out. And he's worried about Aaron Altair. Peavy high 80s average with the fastball velocity, 2 types of movement, curveball, slider, changeup. Second career relief appearance. Last time he did it June 25th, like in 2011. When he was with the White Sox.
So here's Altair, 0 for 5. 1 ball and no strikes.
And Peavy also knows that he does not have a base. He's got to get after it. Blanco in left field on the double switch. He'll bat 7th. Pitcher spot is the 2nd in the lineup now.
Tapped on the ground. It'll be Nunez who juggles it and throws, and everybody's safe.
Now Nunez thinking second base. He wants to get the the out at second, and I think he may have taken his eye off the ball and it got a little sloppy in the exchange, and in the end he gets nothing. And that changes everything.
Well, now you got to play the infield in.
Infield in, outfield in.
And all those signals mean one thing. Ron Wotus is telling his middle infielders, if it's hit slow, come home. If it's hit hard, go for the double play. And that's the ball game. So Franco tied the game in the 8th, and he wins the game in the 12th. Wait a minute. Hunter Pence is racing out to pick up the baseball. They're going to throw it to Buster Posey at second base. And, well, they thought they had a play, but I guess not. So, the game that took 4 hours and 2 minutes ends up in a very disappointing loss. The Phillies scored 2 runs in the 7th, 2 runs in the 8th, and the Giants drop a very tough one here in Philadelphia.
And this is what they thought they had. They had their ace on the mound who was dealing, had a lead, and it just all collapsed late in the game. So it is a disappointing loss, and it is a loss that you have to get over quickly, because tomorrow it's a day game, and they'll be right back here within the next 10 hours.
Final score, Phillies 5, Giants 4. Stay tuned. Eastern's Giants postgame live starts right now.